Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're just delayed here a couple of minutes for the first go-around of the cattle dog, the open cattle dog competition. We need to get some covering on that exhaust gate. Once we get that, we'll begin our competition. So we'll be a couple minutes here and then we're good to go. Kayleen, we have some genuine, okay, we got the same here. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 53rd Canadian Western Agribition. Brand new event this year, the Open Cattle Dog Competition. Our first handler at post, Pam Gonnet and Poncho out of Outlook, Saskatchewan. 6 minutes the allotted time. The basic is you're going to get 3 head of cattle coming in the far end. You're going to go around the prescribed course. 6 minutes the time. You have the time as well as the video feed up on the main scoreboard. And we begin 2024 championship. 25 handlers you're going to see competing. Watch as Pam Gonnet writes his run. And that's how it's done. Run number 1, Pam Gonnet and Poncho successfully covering the entire course through all the obstacles. He will receive the full 18 points. There's 1 point for each of the animals covering the course. each individual challenging part of the course. We have a time for Peter of 1:45, his time. 18 points. Definitely strong leadership here as we begin the on-foot part of the competition. Next up is Hans Myhre. The dog is Sarge out of Dauphin, Manitoba. Strong contingent both from all three of the prairie provinces, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. Also, we've got one entry coming all the way from Ontario. Glad to have Natasha here. She'll run later on this morning. Next up is Hans Myhre. Peter Gonnet last year in the competition, he won the overall sheep competition with the veteran dog Bob. Many of you were here to watch that part of the competition. Incredible run for Bob's final run as he retired. Now at post, Hans Myhre, Sarge the dog, Dauphin, Manitoba. Sandy on deck, followed by Cove. Once again, 6 minutes is the allotted time for the handler to complete the course. Time begins, cattle are in, or the dog is sent. Watch and enjoy. There we have another successful run here this morning. Things are looking really well. Hans Myhre with Sarge. Dauphin, Manitoba completes the course. Receive all 18 points. Time of 1:33. Man, oh man, she's getting faster already. Correction. Yep. Correction on the times. I'll back up to Peter's time. Peter's time was 4:07. I was reading the screen incorrectly. Hans just turned in a time of 4:37 for his running time. That's out of a total of 6 minutes that is allotted. Now at post, Sandy Debrun, Duke the dog out of Carbon, Alberta. Next up after Sandy is Cove, then Jolie. A couple of changes on the dogs that are running. We'll update you on those for those of you that are following along on the sheets. Sandy on course. That'll do. The fateful words in the eyes of our judge. Jack Regier, things are not progressing along as we move along on the course. No border collie wants to hear those words. That'll do. The fun and frivolity is over for this run. We move on to the next one. Sandy Debrun and Duke. Fehr and Rip at a Coronation, Alberta, next at post. Jolie on deck, then Wendy. Total of 25 handlers competing here in this foot trial. We go through, they all get one opportunity at making their run. From there, we advance to the top 5 sudden death final, and that'll take place at about 11:30 this morning. You'll see the final. This afternoon is the mounted trial, using a saddle horse, a border collie, and the handler. This is Fehr and Rip out of Coronation. Just like that, another successful run here at Agribition. Fehr and Rip, Coronation, Alberta. Time of 4:07 and 180 points means that he completed the course successfully, got around all of the obstacles with all three. Now, if one of the animals goes on the wrong side, one of these yearlings, the handler has the opportunity to retry, back them up, take another run at it. Just simply costs time. Kobe's time with 4:07 puts him in a tie with Peter. Now at post, Jolie Vermette, JJW Ice. Jolie from Outlook, Saskatchewan. Next up will be Wendy, then Kalin. Jolie at post. 1, 2, 3. Time starts. Close of the gate or the sending of the dog. Jolie Vermette, Outlook with JJW Ice. Time expires on the run for Jolie and JJW Ice. 6 minutes, the allotted time for our handlers to complete the prescribed course. Jolie will receive the points on the portions of the course that she covered. Her time will read as 6 minutes. Next at post, Wendy Schmaltz. Yes, it did. Thank you. As I mentioned, we've got 25 handlers here this morning across the 3 prairie provinces, as well as nice to have somebody all the way from Ontario as part of the competition. Wendy Schmaltz now at post, Jip the dog, McCord, Saskatchewan. For Wendy, you'll see many of these handlers competing this afternoon in the mounted trial. That's using a horse in addition to the dog. Similar course, 3 cattle in competition. Here we go with Wendy. 6 minutes again, the allotted time. Bring them in, go through the barrel, past the panel, down to the handler's post, turn the handler's post, past the chute here. Back up the far side, down the wall and into the pen. Total time is taken when the cattle come out of the pen. All 3 must be in the pen. Wendy Schmaltz at post, Nick on deck. Thank you, Wendy. Wendy is retiring from the course. Things are not moving ahead at the far end. Rather than delay the competition, Wendy simply says, thank you very much. There will be another day. This speaks to the quality of our stock men and women competing in this trial. Rather than the detriment to the dog or to the stock, they simply donate their entry fees as part of the payout, all of the prize money. Our handlers pay a significant entry fee coming into the competition. The privilege of competing here before you at Agribition. Leaving home and cold chores to come and before you in a nice, warm, beautiful setting here in the Brent Center at Agribition. Caitlyn will be coming up next. Following Caitlyn will be Barry. Current leaders at 4:07 turned in both by Pam Gonnet and by Fehr here this morning lead the way. Kobe slightly ahead on the shoot time. We mark a shoot time when we have a tie situation like this. Both handlers completed the prescribed course in the time of 4:07. In order to break that, we mark a specific shoot time when they turn what is called the handler's post. And that's where you see Kalin advancing to right at the moment. Now, our handlers are required to remain at that handler's post until the cattle turn the far set of panels and come down the wall. At that time, our handler is then allowed to move over to the pen and assist the dog. Kalin Deuce and Rosie, Cardston, Alberta, now on course. Barry on deck, Kirk following. Time is marked as the last one comes out of the pen. Good run for Kalin Deuce and Rosie out of Cardston, Alberta. As you see, Kalin was allowed to go and help Rosie, putting the yearlings into the pen. Our handler does remain at the handler's post until that point that they turn that top chute. About when they get in that place where they are right now is about when the handler is allowed to go and aid the dog. the Border Collie and moving the stock in. You hear the whistle commands mixed with a combination of voice commands, all of which work depending on the individual dog and handler, whatever they are comfortable with. In our indoor setting here, it's very easy for the dog to hear the commands. Not that they always listen to them, but they can certainly hear them. Next up, Barry Bemish, Ranger out of Deloraine, Manitoba. Following Barry will be Kirk, then Caitlyn. Caitlyn's time, 3:47, and our new leader at 3:47. Total of 180 points. Got all of his points available. 10 points for each of the yearlings as they clear an obstacle. Barry Bemish now at post. Barry Bemish calmly, coolly advances on. Got a great opportunity to move into the finals with that time. Looks like a time of 3:15 unofficially at the moment. Barry Bemish. What we're headed towards is the top 5 in this competition. Out of the 25 competitors here in the foot portion of the cattle competition, the top 5 advance to a sudden death final. That's going to take place at about 11:30-ish here this morning, 11:30. We're moving right along. Barry Bemish and Ranger out of Deloraine, Manitoba. The points, as you see, I keep saying 180 points for a complete run. Pam Gonnet was the only one that had 170 points, meaning one animal went around the wrong side of one of the challenging. We've had one person retire. They simply said the competition is not going my way today, we'll move on. Kirk Masted out of McCord, Saskatchewan. Kirk with Eggsy. Bacon and Eggsy here this morning. Kirk Masted. Proud to have and surprised to have Kirk in the competition. He's usually not keen on big cities, so nice to have him come out of the deep south. Kirk Masted and Eggsy, McCord. Kayleen on deck. wait for the judge's decision on that as the buzzer went just as the last one was walking out. We'll get his time, Kirk's time for you in just a moment. Kirk Masted, an Eggsy out of McCord, Saskatchewan. So they're giving him the full 9 yards. He's got 6 minutes his time, as you heard the buzzer going as the last one was walking out, and they're giving him all 180 points. Means that he got all 3 of the yearlings around everything that was required. Now coming to the post, Caitlyn Foresight, 7LR Rita, Ericsdale, Manitoba. Caitlyn, one of our committee members and strong supporters of Border Collie associations from Manitoba. The strength of the associations are the people that are involved. And so draws to a close Caitlyn Forsyth's run, 7LR Rita, Eriksdale, Manitoba. Caitlyn just simply stuck coming around the corner there and just simply let the dog go into a high idle to expire the time. She will be back, one of our top competitors that we have got. Next at post, Cory Perry and Bro, Drayton Valley, Alberta. As you can see, we've got handlers coming from all across the prairies, including, we're working our way down to Ontario. Cory Perry now at post. 6 minutes the allotted time for the handler to complete the course. 3 head of yearlings. 30 points is awarded for each animal. Got to cover the prescribed course, all under the watchful eye of our judge, Jack Regier. Jack Regier, noted stockman, horse trainer, rancher out of that leader country. Jack's been judging here for, I believe it's 13 years already. Veteran competitor in many fields, very knowledgeable in stock dog competitions. Cory Perry, now at course, Rosemary on deck. Cory. Got her done. Cory Perry and Bro out of Drayton Valley, Alberta. Frustrating. Had him, didn't have him, had him, didn't have him. All 3 yearlings must be in that pen in order to advance, opening the gate, ending your time. The time is called when the last yearling comes out of that pen. So Cory had to get all 3 of them back into the pen, and that took several attempts. Time and patience, cut her fine. He was right at 5:40 out of a 6-minute opportunity. 5:40 the time for Cory Perry. He got all his points, it just took a while. Next at post, Rosemary Curry. H70 Chico is the dog. Peyton, Saskatchewan is where they're from. Following Rosemary, George on deck, then Campbell. These veteran handlers compete in sheep trials, cattle trials, but they also ranch and farm at home with livestock. So this is a natural progression for them. The old adage of who has got the better dog? Well, we're going to find out. Working our way through the 25 competitors here on the on-foot part of the cattle competition this morning. We'll then know who the top 5 are that are going to be in the sudden death final. And that'll take place this morning about 11 o'clock, 11:30, somewhere in that area. We'll be done before noon. The cattle mounted part of the trial, which means they're going to be using a saddle horse in addition to the dog. We're going to start that at 12:30 today. Final for that will be about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Rosemary Curry now on course, H70 Chico, Peyton, Saskatchewan. Got her done, Rosemary Curry and H70 Chico, Peyton, Saskatchewan. Nice job. A lot of time and patience expired in there. The unfortunate part in this part in the competition, it's a timed event. Time is of the essence. At home, doesn't matter quite as much. Yeah, we like to take time, care of the livestock. As you see, many of these handlers, top stockmen involved. Now you notice that the Border Collie is not a traditional, not a type of a dog, a breed of a dog that barks at their stock. Border Collie simply doesn't. They're capable of barking, but they don't when they're working. It's the power of their presence of the Border Collie that moves the animals. You'll notice the odd nip or attitude adjustment that takes place during the running. That simply reestablishes who is in charge. Sometimes an animal just needs a little more encouragement as to who's in charge and the direction that they should be going. Rosemary had a time of 5:31, got all of her points covering the entire course as described. Now earlier in the day here, we actually had one DQ at the discretion of our judge, Jack Regier from Leader. Disqualification can result from a number of things. So abuse of the livestock, and we have not seen that in this point. Unnecessary grips when a dog takes a hold of the livestock unnecessarily in the eyes of the judge, or a cheap shot. That can result in a disqualification. The other thing is work not advancing. If there's no advancement, if you're just dilly-dallying around at the top of the course and not making progress, the judge will simply say, thank you very much, let's move on. Go home, practice a little bit more, get better at it, get a stronger dog. We'll welcome you back. So there are a number of things, and that's why we have a judge in the competition here. Sets up and makes the difference on who the champion is for this year's Agribition. This open cattle trial is a new addition to Agribition, as well as this afternoon when we move into the mounted portion of the trial, the use of the saddle horses. Both of those are brand new to Agribition this year. The Saskatchewan Stock Dog Association, the significant sponsor, along with the strength of the committee that works year-round with Agribition in putting this together. We're bringing in a fresh batch of cattle. All of our handlers receive fresh cattle. In other words, they have not been worked in the arena. Fair opportunity for all of the handlers. Now, when we get down to the sudden death final five here this morning, as well as this afternoon at the conclusion of the mounted trial, the final five competitors competing for the championship will all have cattle that have run through this course once. So the cattle kind of they know what's going on. They got a rough idea of where they can go and where they cannot go. But also on the other hand, they sort of figure out we can be a little more obstinate. We don't have to go that direction. So the challenge is on in the afternoon. It's always, when working with livestock, a drawing competition. The draw that comes out of that gate, the three-headed yearlings that you get, you're on your own. Some are better than others. Depends whether they've had a good breakfast and what kind of a mood they're in that morning. Part of the challenge, luck of the draw. But no different than at home working on the farm and the ranch. You gotta deal with what you're dealt on that particular day. Current leader in this part of the competition, and we're halfway done. The competition, total of 25 handlers entered into this foot competition, and that was a maximum that we had set based on the time frame that we are allotted here this morning. 25 is the number of handlers that will run, 6 minutes to them. Barry Bemish out of Deloraine, Manitoba, and his dog Ranger currently leading the way. They completed the course in a time of 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Currently in second place, Kalin Deuce and Rosie. They're out of Cardston, Alberta. They have a time of 3:47. Third place, Fehr, his dog Rip. Their time was 4:07. And fourth, Hans Myhre with a time of 4:37. Hans ran second here this morning. You just saw Rosemary Curry with a time of 5:31. Now, I'm sure that it'd be unusual for that time to stand and advance into the finals. Times are going to be down in that 4 minutes or less are probably the times that are going to advance into the final competition here today. Take a moment also to acknowledge Lynn Trucking, the stock provider or stock transporter that brought in these yearlings for us. Lynn Trucking, they're based out of Marquis, Saskatchewan, serving all of the cattle needs across North America. So they actually travel all 4 directions in North America. That's Lynn Trucking out of Marquis, Saskatchewan. Special thanks to them for providing transportation for the stock. George Walker now coming to the post. George coming all the way down from Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta. The dog is Cinch. George Walker. Campbell on deck, then Milton and Bob. These competitors, we're so fortunate here at Agribition. You see a lot of these handlers, you consider them relatively local handlers from across the prairie, some of them not too far away. George, in the case, a long ways away at Fort Saskatchewan. I can tell you from covering stock dog trials through my extensive years of announcing this, that you get to witness some of the top handlers in North America. We get into the sheep portion of the competition tomorrow. You will see some of the top handlers in the world competing right here at Canadian Western Agribition. We're so fortunate to have not only the opportunity at Agribition, but also the quality of handlership available. Good morning, Mert. Have you had your coffee? Good. Did you bring me one? No. Such is life. George Walker now at post. Cinch the dog, Fort Saskatchewan. Following George will be Campbell. Time expires at the buzzer just as George gets him into the pen. Now he's going to get all of his other points for the balance of the course. He will not get the 90 points for the pen to conclude it. Full 6 minutes has been expired. George Walker out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta. The dog is Cinch. Next up, Campbell Foresight. Campbell out of Ericsdale, Manitoba, and one of our committee members. Good morning, Burl. Did Rick make breakfast for you this morning? Yeah. Me either. You know, one of the great things, what you're seeing up on the big screen up above us here, we have two extremely talented ladies that are backgrounding all of the technology of this. All of this that is being broadcast live on the Canadian Western Agribition YouTube channel. For those of you watching, and I know I've got texts been coming in here of friends and relatives across North America, and I know that it goes around the world. People are watching what is occurring here live in the Agridome. So what you see on the big overhead screen is what they are actually watching. They get the color of the commentary and your pretty faces as you watch and cheer behind. Campbell Foresight now at post. Campbell with the dog, CFK Pearl, Ericsdale, Manitoba. Campbell, one of our committee members and the guiding strength, he and Jeff DeMarney, along with Kayleen, are the people that are expertise in the cattle competition. Milton on deck. Good job, Campbell Foresight and CFK Pearl, Ericsdale, Manitoba, successfully completing the prescribed course. There are a total of 5 obstacles in which to cover in a very, it's a preset course that everybody has to follow along in the same line. Wish to welcome in the school program that is, you can hear in the background. Canadian Western Agribition not only invented but continues to lead the agricultural show fairs in an education program of bringing school children in. We welcome you to the course, an opportunity for us in agriculture to transfer our love and knowledge along to school children here in the city and outlying areas of Saskatchewan. Milton Scott and Bob, Airdrie, Alberta, now on course. One of the top dogs in North America on course now. Jeff DeMarney on deck. Milton Scott and Bob completing their run. Nice run, Milt. 5:07 is up on the post. 5:07, all 180 points, means that he covered the entire course completed. 5:07 is time, backing up one run. Campbell Foresight's time, 4:28. 4:28. Putting Campbell in an opportunity for the running. Barry Bemish continues to lead. All the times, 3:15 was Barry's time earlier this morning. Kalin Deuce for the 3:47. Those are the only two that have turned in times of under the 4-minute mark. Jeff DeMarney and T-Mac out of Cardston, Alberta. Jeff, one of our committee members on the Agribition Stock Dog Committee. We appreciate the input of these new young fellers coming on to the trial course with us. It does help. Time begins once the dog has been sent or the cattle are into the arena. Then you've got to cover all 6 of the obstacles around in the prescribed direction. Our judge, Jack Regier, watching closely. Our timers are on the official clock. What you see up on the scoreboard overhead, that is unofficial, but is very, very accurate. Watch and enjoy as the whistle commands move the dog and the stock around the course. Jeff DeMarney completing the course. Jeff DeMarney and T-Mac out of Cardston, Alberta. Great run, great time for them. Shooting to be under that 4-minute mark. Not bad. 4:02, pardon me, just a hair over the top. 4:02 that puts Jeff in an excellent position to advance on into the sudden death final. We'll see that this morning, probably around 11 o'clock. Coming up next, Marcel Vermette, RVR Trigger from Outlook, Saskatchewan. Jeff DeMarney, that time 4:02 for Jeff. All points accounted for. Marcel Vermette, RVR Trigger from Outlook, Saskatchewan. One of the great things about the Border Collies working in the competitions is very much a family affair. We see both Marcel as well as his wife, Jolie, competing in this class here at Agrimission. Marcel on course, Caitlyn on deck. Time expires on Marcel Vermette and RVR Trigger. Outlook, Saskatchewan. 6 minutes, the allotted time to cover the whole course. Didn't quite get her done. Marcel will cover the points. He'll receive the points of the obstacles that he was able to cover on the course. But that 6 minute time frame is going to put him out of the running. Advancing into the sudden death 5-dog final. That's going to take place about 11 o'clock this morning here for the mounted part of the competition. $126 points in the full 6 minute time frame. Next at post is Caitlyn Masted. Mrs. Caitlyn Masted. We're happy to announce the recent marriage this summer. Blue is the dog. McCord, Saskatchewan is where she resides, has been for the last while. This young fiery gal is certainly competitive when it comes to these competitions. Caitlyn Masted and Blue McCord. Jared on deck.
Sir. Thank you.
The sound of the buzzer brings the run to a close for Caitlyn Masted and Blue. They're out of McCord, Saskatchewan. Time flies when you're having fun out on the course, but time is of the essence here in the competition. Fastest times are going to be the 5 finalists that we're going to see before too long. In about an hour, final 5 are going to be running here in the foot portion of the trial. Jared Withage is next at post. The dog is Anne, Monarch, Alberta. Then it's kind of neat because we move from Monarch, Alberta all the way down to Ontario in the competition. Barry Bemish continues to lead the way with that time of 3:15. The only other one under the 4-minute time has been Kalin Deuce out of Cardston with Rosie. They had a time of 3:47. Great times turned in here early this morning. The stock has been great, absolutely great. This stock has been worked beforehand, so they're kind of familiar with the dog. They respect the dog, and that's part of it. You bring raw stock in and you turn the dog loose on them, and the fight is usually on. It's flight or fight when working with livestock. Now at post, Jared Withage and Anne, Monarch, Alberta. Natasha on deck. The sound of the buzzer is not what Jared wanted to hear. It's 6 minutes. Allotted has expired. Jared Withage and Ann, Monarch, Alberta. 120 is point mark. Next at post, all the way from Perth, Ontario, Natasha Struthers, her dog Gin. Welcome to the course. It's rather exciting to have someone travel that far. Not sure that it was necessarily the wisest choice at this time of the year, but really glad to have Natasha here competing. You'll see her competing throughout the next couple of days here in the stock dog competitions. Pam on deck. Following Pam is Dana. Natasha Struthers and Gin. That'll do. In the eyes of our judge, Jack Regier. The aggression is a little too much in the eyes of our judge. We're simply going to say, that'll do. There'll be another day, another competition, but it's your opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to say thank you to Natasha for coming all the way from Ontario to compete. First time here at Aggravation. She will be back. Pam Gonnet Pam Gonnet, Outlook Saskatchewan. You saw her husband was the first to go in the competition this morning. Peter Gonnet competed with Poncho. Had a decent time, dropped 1 point off, put him at a 170. Going to be a bit of a challenge to make it to the finals. Maybe Pam can make it in with Sam. Dana on deck. We're down to our last 5 competitors here in round number 1. Conclusion of this, we'll know who the top 5 are advancing into the sudden death final. Take a moment to do a minor reset on the course, and then we'll be into the final 5. Pam Gonnet, now on course. Time expires just as Pam gets to the gate. She won't get her 10 points, but she'll get the balance of them. 6 minutes. A lot of time expired. Pam Gonnet out of Outlook, Saskatchewan. Almost said out of Broderick, but that's where they used to be. 150 Pam's points won't get her into the final. Dana Gardner, CKF Bryn out of Lakeland, Manitoba, coming up next. Peter mentioned last year, Pam's husband, that they've got an awful good batch of dogs coming up, and he said this particular one that Pam is handling out here is one of the many that they have. Most of our handlers have a kennel full of dogs. They've got quite a mixture of dogs that they raise, a lot of their own breeding that they have, and certainly along the bloodlines, the breeding is important. Going down the street and picking up buying a neighbor's dog does not necessarily give you the quality that you're looking for in this type of competition. The level of competition here, as I mentioned earlier, is renowned. We're fortunate here at Agribition to be able to see some of the absolute top handlers, dogs, and bloodlines competing. Young lady here now, Dana Gardner, CKF Bryn, Lakeland, Manitoba, now on course. buzzer. There it goes again. Dana Gardner, CKF Bryn, Lakeland, Manitoba draws her 6-minute time limit on the run. Nice quiet run, low stress handling of the livestock, but in the competitive world, got to move along a little quicker. Next up, Curtis Knox. We're expecting great things from Curtis. Three to go, and then we'll know who the final 5 are. 3 more handlers, Curtis Knox, Justin on deck, and concluding with Wendy. Any one of those 3 are capable of advancing into the final. Curtis has substituted Luna, if you're following along in that beautiful program that the girls prepared in the office for us and for you to follow along. Grace is the dog. Curtis out of Lakeland, Manitoba. That'll do. In the eyes of our judge, Jack Greer, progress is not being advanced on the course. We'll simply move along. Next gentleman coming to the post will be Justin Hozak. The idea behind that is work needs to be getting done. And here in the competitive world, when you're not advancing, or if there's rough handling of the stock, which was not the case here, our judge will just simply say, thank you very much. We'll move on and be marked as a DQ. We'll move on to the next competitor. We have seen one RT, which is a retirement, and that is the handler simply got into a similar situation and chose to call the dog off and move on. All of these handlers pay a significant entry fee to compete here before you at Agribition. Not a cheap endeavor. Gentlemen at the post now, and we're down to our final two. Justin Hozak out of Marwayne, Alberta. The dog is Jeb. 2 to go, and then we'll know who the final 5 are. We got 4 good ones so far. We're looking for one more. Thank you very much, Justin. There's a situation where Justin is simply going to retire. He's going to step down from the course. What he's going to take is your appreciation, ladies and gentlemen. The effort was there. It just simply wasn't going to work. He had one head that was taken on the dog. Not going to be advancing into the sudden death final. Justin simply is going to move on. That's a sign of the great stockmen that we have competing in this, stockmen and stockwomen competing in this competition. You're seeing the best of the best. That was cash that just went out the door. Wendy Schmaltz, our final competitor here in the Agribition Open Cattle Dog Competition. Wendy with her young dog Twig comes from McCord, Saskatchewan. Veteran handler, younger dog. Conclusion of this run, we'll know who the final 5 are. We'll reset the course slightly, quick chat with the handlers, and then we'll roll into the championship round of the on-foot competition. What you've just seen, top 5 will be competing. 12:30 we begin the mounted competition. Wendy also is retired. Things are just not advancing. So that'll conclude our round number 1 here of the foot competition. Speaking of feet, you can see that Wendy's not exactly walking briskly. Wendy, like many of our competitors, our handlers, Wendy puts on a large trial down at Mankota. It's one of the major events. It's a field competition that takes place. Anyway, this year, very unfortunately, day number 1, she broke her foot. Had to take a chair during her own competition. Still not 100%, but progressing along. All right, our top 5 in the order, and we reverse the order of the run. Barry Bemish, our fastest time, turned in at a time of 3:15. That was with Ranger Barry out of Deloraine, Manitoba. The next time, Kalin Deuce, Cardston, Alberta, with Rosie. 3:47 was his time. Jeff DeMarney and T-Mac. They're out of Cardston at a time of 4:02. Kobe Fehr and Rip, time of 4:07. Campbell Foresight, CFK Pearl, time of 4:28. Those are the final 5. Take a few minutes here We're running on good time, so maybe about, I'm going to say in about 10 minutes, we'll be going with the final five, similar to what you have just seen. The order will be reversed. We go from the slowest time to the fastest time. So Campbell will be up first, then Kobe, then Jeff, then Kalin, then Barry. Won't take too long. We'll be done before lunch. Our target time for the mounted trial is at 12:30. We'll begin the mounted competition. There are 15 competitors in the mounted competition. Similar course, dealing with the same cattle. The only difference is we add a saddle horse into the mix. So you got a horse, a rider, and the border collie. The short statement, can you walk, talk, and chew gum, is what it amounts to when you add a saddle horse into the competition. Handlers to the post, please. Handlers to the post. This is where the Jared, our chairman of the Stock Dog Committee, along with our judge, Jack Regier, informs and covers any of the questions that the 5 finalists may have before the competition begins. We're a few minutes away from the final 5 competition. Here for the foot trial. At the conclusion of that, we'll have an opportunity, or we'll get a chance to talk to our winner, have her pictures and presentation for this. This is the foot portion of the cattle, the open cattle competition going on right now. This afternoon at 12:30, we're going to have the mounted portion of the trial. Different trial altogether, different group of handlers. Some of them will be running again. You will have seen them run this morning. For those of you that have been with us here this morning, you saw the crew reset the course, so it is not the same course as what they competed on this morning. Adds to the challenge. You're going to see a sort. Again, the barrels, the cattle, the yearlings are going to come in. To the far end, time will begin when the dog is sent, when the cattle come in. Prescribed course, go around the barrels, through the chute on the far side, down that set of panels. When they get over to this side, right in front of where I am seated, all of our clerk's table and technical table is, a sort is going to take place. It's a very technical aspect, takes a lot of time, patience, and stockmanship. They're going to sort one out that narrow gate. You see that narrow width in the set of panels there? It's only about 3 feet apart. One goes out, 2 go by. That'll conclude the run. Definitely a significant challenge, but it's the reality of the work that takes place at home. In sorting cattle, in sorting sheep, in sorting any kind of livestock, there are times when it must be done. It's a regular occurrence in the handling of livestock. Our 5 competitors, and we'll introduce them to you following the handlers meeting. We'll get them all lined out. Barry Bemish had the fastest time. Barry out of Deloraine, Manitoba, at a time of 3:15. Now, none of those times matter other than it establishes the running order going into the final 5. It's sudden death. Fastest handler wins the big trophy buckle from Agribition. Kalin Deuce out of Cardston, Alberta, with Rosie at a time of 3:47. He is the second fastest. And then the 4-minute man, Jeff DeMarney, Fehr, Campbell Foresight. Campbell is going to be running first. Campbell out of Ericsdale, Manitoba. We're very fortunate in our Agribition committee that looks after this to have the diversity of the people, both from the sheep handling background as well as the cattle competitive background. Campbell and his daughter Kayleen, along with Jeff DeMarney, are certainly have competed in quite a number of these competitions and very aware of the nuances, how to set it up not only in a makeable course, but in a very competitive technical course. The competitors have been narrowed down to 2 from Manitoba and 3 from Manitoba, or 3 from Alberta, pardon me. Saskatchewan was eliminated from the course. Once again, Jack Regier is going to be passing the judgment on the course. A couple of special presentations that we're going to be making in addition to our championship on foot, cattle on foot competition. We have the winner of the Stockmanship Award from the competition this morning, as well as the judges' pick. Both of those will be announced at the presentation of the championship buckle. It's going to be 6 minutes again. You'll be able to follow along on the big screen on the overhead scoreboard above. Our technical staff, Sam and Rustin, doing a fantastic job on making it very readable, presentable, and absolute top quality video feeds. For the people at home that are watching across Canada, across North America, what a great opportunity for you to be able to stay home and watch this at the same time, see what we're seeing. All from the comfort of your own living room in front of your own computer screen. If, for those of you that are wondering, or if you have friends and family that you know of that are at home, send them a text, give them a call, tell them to go to the Canadian Western Agribition website. On that website, search through, you'll find the YouTube channel feed. Log into that. It's no cost at all. All you got to do is log into it. We literally have thousands of people watching from across North America. We think we're about ready to go. I'm good to go. Campbell Foresight is our #1 man. Judge is ready, clock is ready. I think so, Campbell. I think everybody's happy. Campbell Foresight, Ericsdale, Manitoba. #1 competitor to go here in the Sudden Death Open Cattle Dog Final. CFK Pearl is the dog. 6 minutes is the time. And that concludes the run. It's 1 out, 2 by. At the conclusion of the run, Campbell Foresight, CFK Pearl. Just under the wire, time 5:35. This is sudden death, so whatever time you get is going to determine the winner. Next up, Cory Perry and Rip. Cory out of Coronation, Alberta. Kind of gives you an idea how Campbell went around the course. He was complete on his course. He get over here, and you saw he had the one slip by him when he was trying to do the sort. What he has to do is regroup, put the three of them back together, enter them into this alley, this sort alley here, in the proper direction, which Campbell did, and then pop one out the side, 2 by. That concludes the time. All in 6 minutes, the total time allotted. Cory Perry now on course. Jeff on deck. Time expires on Kobe's run. 6 minutes for Rip. They were struggling at the top end of the course. They come all the way from Coronation, Alberta. They're only going to take your appreciation home. Tough luck for Kobe and Rip. Next at post, Jeff DeMarney and T-Mac coming to you from Cardston, Alberta. We got Alberta versus Manitoba here in the competition. Jeff DeMarney will be coming up next. The Border Collie dog moves livestock by the power of their presence. Sometimes a little bit of encouragement is required, and that's a little nip on one end or the other. Under the watchful eye of our judge, Jack Regier, he decides whether they were necessary or unnecessary. In this case, he allowed it to go on. Jeff DeMarney, Cardston, Alberta with T-Mac. Now at post. 3 to go, and then we'll know who our champion is. Kalin on deck. All right. Jeff DeMarney, ladies and gentlemen, out of Cardston with T-Mac. Nicely done. Whew. Can you believe it that we got 1 second spread between what Campbell did and what you just saw Jeff do? 5:34 for Jeff DeMarney. 5:34.4. Aren't we getting technical? 1 second spread between the two of them. All right, now there's two. Kalin Deuce, Cardston, Alberta with Rosie. He is up next. Not as easy as it looks, but you're seeing the best of the best competing here in the final 5 of the on-foot open cattle trial. Kalin Deuce, Barry on deck.
Yo, you want to slip there, maybe? We can go up. How? Can we go up? I think I'm going to get some space. I'm going to go sit by her. It's the camera guy.
whistling. The dog's trying to get the calves to go through the yeah. You watch.
Well, there goes that buzzer again. Kalin Deuce and Rosie out of Cardston. Gosh, she had an awful nice run coming together there in the early parts. And then it just went to you-know-where. Some days are like that. Kalin Deuce, ladies and gentlemen, he simply takes your appreciation. Not going to take the buckle home this year. All right, we're down to one. Barry Bemish, Deloraine, Manitoba with Ranger. Barry had the fastest time in the qualifying round earlier this morning. He has an opportunity to win her all now. Next fast time, he's got to be better than 5:34. Jeff DeMarney has that time. Campbell Foresight with that 5:35, 1 second apart. Here we go. And that's how we have a champion here at Agribition. Barry, turn around. So our Canadian Western Agribition champion for the first ever open cattle dog trial is Barry Bemish. We'll get him back out here. I'm going to have a chat with him. Barry, turn around. Come on out, Barry. We want to have a little visit with you. You're the first ever winner of this Canadian Cattle Dog Championship. Put your mug away. We'll get you turned around. Congratulations. Good job. Now, you had an extremely smooth run out there. How did you achieve that compared to a lot of the others?
I really don't know. You know, I was thinking about today, and the last 2 years I came here with the sheep, and I got second both times. And I got to thank Peter Gonnet for not bringing Bob back to give me a chance.
That's very true. Peter and Bob have been the nemesis to many of our handlers. Peter's such a tough competitor, and Bob's such a fantastic dog. Your crew was quiet. Tell us about the dog.
The dog, you said? Yeah. This is the dog I actually imported from Wales. He's just going to be 3 years old in June. He's traveled everywhere with me, and we went to USPHH finals not that long ago in Virginia. We were at national finals. We've been to all over the Missouri and everywhere with him, and he's probably the best dog I've ever owned.
A well-traveled dog, a well-traveled handler, a deserving champion here at Agribition this year. Ladies and gentlemen, Barry Bemish, our champion handler and dog, T-Mac. Congratulations, Barry. We'll do a presentation right now over here. Jared's going to do the presentation. We'll announce the winners. Jack, come on out here at the same time. You're part of this. Our judge, Jack Regier, that's our chairman, Jared Epp. Part of the committee members, Kayleen, Campbell, all part of the competition here. So we're going to take a break here. It's 11:50. 12:15, we're going to have a handlers meeting for our mounted trial. At 12:30, we begin the mounted trial. So at 12:30 by the clock, it's 11:50 right now. In addition to the announcement of the winner, Barry, a very deserving winner of this competition, we also want to make the announcement of the judges' choice, and this was for the stockmanship. Kalin Deuce is the winner of we are acknowledging as the winner of the stockmanship award. The judges' pick in what was determined in it was the teamwork between the dog and the handler, and that goes this year to Campbell Foresight. Congratulations to both of those. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Glad that you were able to join us here this morning. This afternoon, I say at 12:30, the competition brand new again at Agribition. That's the mounted competition, and that all starts at 12:30 this afternoon. The combination of the saddle horse, the dog, and the handler. Thank you and enjoy the few moments of break here. We are 3 minutes to the handlers meeting. 3 minutes, handlers. We begin the competition at 12:30. This is the first ever mounted cattle dog competition here at Agribition. 53 years Agribition has been around, and this is the first. It's going to be an exciting opportunity. We got 15 handlers, and trust me, we've got a lot of qualified handlers. Very, very capable people that come both out of the competitive side and also out of the pure ranch side. Riding their own horses and looking fantastic. That's as good as it gets. You're going to see some tremendous stock men, stock women, working with their dog, moving the cattle around the prescribed course under the watchful eye of our judge, Jack Regier. All here for your entertainment and pleasure. It's going to be good.
Okay, let's go. We will get the chips. No, let's go now.
One minute to handlers meeting, 1 minute to handlers meeting. Handlers, clear your horses and come on back to the post. And if your horse is going to buck, make it a dang good show. Handlers to the post. Let's go, girls. 2 minutes to start, Jared. 2 minutes away from the first open mounted cattle dog competition. You're going to see handlers competing once again from across Western Canada primarily in this competition. A very elite group has entered. For those of you that have never herded a bunch of chickens or a bunch of cats, you ought to try herding a bunch of handlers. It is a challenge. And trust me, the nerves are running high back there. Now, the first gentleman that's going to come in and show you how it's done is Curtis Knox, a very competent, qualified competitor out of Lakeland, Manitoba. 15 handlers here for your viewing pleasure this afternoon. 15 handlers, all mounted on good stock, working with a border collie. The horse, the rider, and the dog work as a team and are allowed to. One of the stipulations is the horse is not allowed inside any of the primary obstacles on the course. The course is set. I won't even begin to describe how to follow along the course. The cattle are going to come in. 3 yearlings are coming in from the top end of the arena. They're going to bring them down around, do a weave around that set of barrels, down to the bottom end, back up that side, circle around at the top end, come down this side and do a sort. Sounds easy? It ain't. Try this at home. Of these 15 handlers that are competing here this afternoon, we are headed towards the top 5. So it becomes a sudden death 5. The fastest times with the total number of points, there's 150 points available to our handlers, so all 3 animals covering each of the obstacles adds up the number of points. The fastest times, the top 5, then come back for a sudden death final. We begin with the slowest time, work our way through the fastest time, just the same as we did with the on-foot competition. The time, once again, is 6 minutes. That is the allotted time. You'll be able to watch not only live down, but live up on the big screen overhead. For those of you joining us at home, or if you've got friends that you know that would be interested in this, send them a text, give them a phone call. Let them know what's on. Go to the Canadian Western Agribition website. Look up the video feed. It's on the YouTube channel of Canadian Western Agribition. There is no cost to sign up to be able to watch this. And on down the road, when you go home from Agribition next week and the weather turns cold, you'll be able to sit down in front of your computer and watch it again, because it is posted on the YouTube channel of Agribition. So you can watch all of the action once again. We've got handlers from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, all competing in this. Now, I think for those of you that are involved in the livestock industry, you can appreciate at this time of the year, not a lot of people have horses in or actively using come latter November when the snow gets deep and it turns cold. So these people have taken the time to gather these horses back up, get them warmed up, get them back into shape, get their head in the right place so they start thinking about handling the stock. These are some of the superior horses that you will see. We call it cow sense in the industry. And much like the dog, the border collies, the sense that they have is an incredible built-in over hundreds of years sense in handling livestock. Canadian Western Agribitions, through the sponsorship of many sponsors, brings a beautiful trophy buckle for the presentation to our winner. Troy Fisher Silversmiths is the presenter of that buckle and the craftsman behind the buckle, manufacturing all of the buckles for Agribition for this year. Curtis Knox is going to be our first handler at the post. You see Curtis currently in the arena, patiently waiting for the rest of the crew to get out of the way. Campbell is going to be on deck, then George, Sarah, and the order. Printed order, I'm not sure if they're available for the general crowd, but you follow along on the big board and we'll try and keep you posted as to who is up next and their pour, points, and running time. The inherent nature of the Border Collie dog, the herding instinct of the Border Collie, is to go out, gather their stock, and return the stock back to the master's feet. That is a natural instinct that the Border Collie does, that no other dog breed does, has, and or is capable of using. These competitions, obviously, in the wintertime in the colder climates are held indoors, as you see before you here at Agribition. But in the summertime, these competitions take place outdoors. Here in Canada, we have approximately 250 sheep competitions, and you'll see that all tomorrow. We've got 54 top handlers competing in the sheep competition for Agribition. Starts tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. New change for that competition, one run available for those 54 handlers. We then advance in the afternoon to 30 handlers for a semi-final. Of those 30, we'll narrow down the top scorers and shortest times to the top 10 for the sudden death final. That takes place usually about 4 o'clock, 3:30, 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So a lot of changes have taken place through the lengthy discussion of our Agribition Stock Dog Committee. Big changes. The addition of the open mounted cattle dog trial that you're going to see as soon as the crew comes out. And this morning we had the on foot competition. Winner of that was Barry Bemish out of Deloraine, Manitoba. The dog was Ranger. Barry, a very deserving winner of that competition. He mentioned about Ranger that he and Ranger had competed all across North America at many competitions. So these handlers travel far and wide competing in these competitions. All right, looks like we're about ready to roll. Curtis Knox, Cricket is the dog, Lakeland, Manitoba. The wave of the hand means that Curtis is ready. Sit back, enjoy, and watch. They're going to kick 3 yearlings out at the top end of the course. Time begins either when Curtis sends the dog or the close of the gate at the top end. Curtis is able, this is a teamwork partnership between the dog, the horse, and the handler. Sit back, enjoy. 6 minutes, the allotted time. Campbell on deck. The sound of the buzzer indicates that 6 minutes has expired. Curtis Knox, ladies and gentlemen, cricket, Lakeland, Manitoba. We'll get his score and points for you in just a moment. What I can tell you is that he used up all 6 minutes of his time. He's got 60 points. Now there's 10 points per animal that goes through an obstacle. You can put through one animal and take that point, so there's 10 points for one, and the other two go wherever they go. But when it comes down to the sort here that you saw Curtis working on at the end, all three have to come in. You got one out, two by when you're doing the sort. Curtis didn't complete the balance of the course, but what I was going to show you was he was going to come around, take them in a circle, and go out the exhaust gate, we call it, and that's where they're going out and coming in. That gate is the end of the time, would mark your time during the course. Campbell Foresight now at post. Campbell with CKF Jill. Campbell out of Ericsdale, Manitoba. Member of our Agribition Committee and significant designer of this course. Campbell should do well. Campbell Foresight and Jill. George on deck. That doggone old buzzer, it just keeps blowing its horn. Time expired for Campbell Foresight and CKF Jill. Campbell not gonna, it's a tough competition when you get to 6 minutes and haven't completed all of the course. Once again, 60 points for Campbell. That's out of a total 150, so we only covered about half of the course. It's going to get better. We've got some awful good handlers yet to come. George Clark is up next. George and Jake out of Rorton, Manitoba. Sarah on deck. Watch the intensity of the Border Collie, how they focus on their stock. They know what's up, they know where the game is. Turn me loose, I'm wound up and ready to go. Good luck to George. And he does her. George, Clark, and Jake, our first successful pen. Got them all out. Rorton, Manitoba's representative. George may not have brought his best hat to Agribition, but he darn sure brought his best dog. Okay. Yeah. He brought his best horse and his best dog. Now, them kids that are over there on the far side, we'd sure like them to get back up into the seats if they would, please. We need you to move off of the rail. Not sure whose kids they are, but we'd like you to move back up. Come back up in the seats and you can watch from there. Thank you very much. Appreciate the help of the folks up there. Sarah Anderson up next. JXL Joe. She's out of Kisby, Saskatchewan, one of our own. That'll do. Reminder that the horse cannot enter into any of the obstacles. To all of our handlers, results in a DQ, it amounts to off course or offline. That was something that was talked about in the handlers meeting to Sarah, so unfortunately, that's the end of Sarah Anderson's run. Paige Goldsmith and Dolly coming up next. They're out of Hoosier, Saskatchewan. One of the things that we're so proud of that the committee has worked very, very hard to bring this to you this year, all of the changes. We had the on-foot cattle competition. It was an open competition, open to the world to enter. We had handlers across the Prairie provinces, including Ontario, competing here. Tomorrow, the international sheep competition will include some of our friendly American competitors. Right now, Paige Goldsmith at post with Dolly. They're from Hoosier. But this competition here, both this morning, this afternoon, and tomorrow, showcases the versatility of the Border Collie to work in livestock situations back home, anywhere in any province. Paige Goldsmith, Cheryl on deck. Thank you. That'll do. Paige. Off course is what it amounts to in Paige's competition, unfortunately for him. It's a complicated course. All of our handlers have the diagram. We went through it very carefully during the handlers meeting. In fact, Campbell actually ran the course while it was being described. He ran it on foot. So the handlers have all had a chance to see what it is. They were told what it is. But I tell you what, when you come to the post and you stand here before all of you great people and God, it's a challenge. And thank you. We appreciate your appreciation of these handlers. Next up, Cheryl Gunther. Her dog is Gabe. She's from Lanigan, Saskatchewan. I kind of want you ladies in the audience to take note, and gentlemen too. We have a significant female entry competing in this competition, and that is not to lessen them at all. It just means that anybody can enter, and these gals are dang good at what they do. That's the great thing about the Border Collie world. It is not gender oriented at all. It's wonderful to see we have many opportunities where the husband, the wife, and the kids can all compete at the same field and learn the same tactics. Cheryl Gunther and Gabe out of Lanigan. Caitlyn on deck.
they said they didn't get in. So then they just moved it on the road. They cut it or butter or whatever. Yeah, so anyway, he said him. Oh, so then you guys see him, but didn't have much right. Oh, okay. It's time for him now. So once people need to work, come and watch this one. You gotta go through 3 outs?
You gotta put 1 out, you gotta put 3.
Oh.
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, okay.
And then they have 2 horizontal.
Oh, right through there. Okay, I guess so. Did we get a score right away?
Each cow they get through is 10 points for each obstacle.
Oh, okay.
So there would be 30, 30, 30.
Okay. You can't send your horse to this one. Only the dog.
Yeah, your horse can't go through any of the panels.
Oh, okay.
Only your dog can go through it. Yep. All the things we would have had left to do is get from those 2 gates.
Oh,
There goes that buzzer again. Time expires on Cheryl. Nice run coming together, but time was the enemy. 6 minutes, the time allotted. We'll get her score for you in just a moment. She covered, got 120. 120 points out of the possible 180. So far, we've only had 1 completed course. George Clark and Jake out of Rourketon, Manitoba, completed the course in the precise 6-minute time frame. Got all 180 points. So Cheryl is qualified. We've got 2 qualified runs. As I mentioned, we've got 15 handlers to go in this competition of the mounted trial. Of those, fastest time top scorers are going to come back for a sudden death final. Top 4 come back in it. Caitlyn Masted, I almost said Caitlyn Jensen, but she's got herself married to a fine gentleman. She's now Mrs. Caitlyn Masted. Out of McCord, Saskatchewan, the dog is Sage. All of these people competing in this competition, before you come from an agricultural and a livestock background, many of them work not only on their ranch, but I know in Caitlyn and Kirk's situation, they also work at one of the big feedlots down in that south country during the wintertime. Jeff on deck, 6 minutes, the clock is running.
Young girl by McCord.
Oh, okay.
Caitlyn Jansen previously. This dog sells the bolster off in a week or 2.
Oh. What the girls got?
120.
Is that good or bad?
That's not like that. Only one person got full points. I think it's kind of bad.
Okay.
seeing you as always. Look at that. Talk about the girls leading the way. Caitlyn Masted and Sage out of McCord. Look at that time. 350.9. We'll call it 350. Total of 180 points. Now that's only half the time that was required. Next up, Jeff DeMarney and Rollins out of Cardston, Alberta. You know, in the earlier this year when the committee put together this competition, I phoned Caitlyn and Kirk and I said, listen, you guys got to enter into this. This competition is designed for you. You will be good at it. Well, I'm sure glad to see that Caitlyn had a real good run because now she'll agree with me. Jeff DeMarney and Rollins, Cardston, Alberta. Another good one in a row. Dave on deck. The patience, the perseverance, the working together in the teamwork between your horse, your dog, and yourself is all what pays off. The ram and jam ain't gonna get her done. This course is too complicated to ram and jam stalk through. Takes a little bit of luck, there's no doubt about that. Takes a little bit of luck on the draw of the livestock that comes out of the other end, them 3 yearlings. But it's how you handle them, how you work with them. Jeff DeMarney and Rollins. Well, that old buzzer, it just sneaks right up on you. Jeff DeMarney and Rollins out of Cardston, Alberta. Six minutes and 50 points. So there's 10 points for each of the animals, each of the yearlings that work your way through the course correctly. As you can see, it is a challenge. This sort in here is so much of the placement when you're doing the sort to get, it's 1 out and 2 by. Easier said than done, as you can see. And there's certainly no hiding behind the corral planks. These panels are very open and it's very easy for the livestock to look through the panels and see where you're placed and what you're doing out there. Next at post will be Dave Wilson and Minton, Saskatchewan. Certainly all the rest of the handlers have got a great mark, leading mark to shoot for, and that was turned in by Caitlyn Masted, that time of 3:50. All 180 points received means that all of the animals went around all of the course correctly. Total of 15 handlers in this competition. We're halfway through the competition right now. That means that the final 5 that we are searching for, that competition is going to take place, maybe about 2:30 in about an hour. We'll start that competition. It's a sudden death competition. None of these scores matter. They simply establish the running order for the final 5. Isn't that great? Just been informed by Rustin that we got 100 viewers online that have been following along, watching the YouTube video. We're bringing in some more of the yearlings right now. But what a great opportunity this has given us to showcase before you the ability of the Border Collie to work livestock. You're seeing it being worked on foot this morning with Saddle Horse here this afternoon. Tomorrow you're going to see the working of sheep. That'll be done on foot. Tomorrow also, I know that Tasha is bringing in will be manning the Saskatchewan Stock Dog Association merchandise and information table. It'll be located on that upper concourse right in between stands and that beautiful gray truck that is located up there. So it's an opportunity if you're interested in the competitions, if you're interested in the training, schooling, or purchase of a Border Collie, you'll be able to talk to Tasha or any of these handlers. All of the Border Collie world is online, of course, as the world evolves into websites and the use of the internet. One of the new changes to the internet aspect of the Border Collie world is that there is many online training, live video training courses being put on. Go to the individual provincial websites, whether it's look up Manitoba Stock Dog Association, they have their own Facebook page. Saskatchewan Stock Dog Association, SSDA, has their own website, as does Alberta, British Columbia, Ontario. You go down into the States and it's all the same thing. You track along on those. There's a list of people to contact at these websites. There's a complete list of where you can go and watch more of these trials in the summertime. In the summertime, we get away from the arena trials, which is what this is called, and move into the world of the field trials. The field trials are primarily all sheep. They're in a very big, large format. Quite often it's a quarter mile out to where the sheep are being set. For you kids, that's a little over 400 meters. But the competition, again, is timed and scored. So the dog and the handler working together as a team. The dog is sent out to the top end of the course, picks up or gathers the sheep, returns the sheep back to where the handler is at the handler's post, and then proceeds around the course. Kind of a course like this, there are challenging obstacles, a left-hand drive, a right-hand drive to the two corners of the field, cross drive in between. In the higher competitions, they move into what is called a shedding ring, and that's a sorting, which is very similar to what is being done here with the cattle competition, where they're sorting one off to the side, two by. The same thing is done with the sheep. The difference in the field sheep competitions is they culminate usually with a pen. They have to put all of the sheep into the pen. Sometimes after the pen, they'll do what is called a single, and that's they'll bring them back out into the shedding ring or the sort ring, and they'll sort off one off to the side and keep the other group. All of this is intended to replicate working of livestock, the handling of the border collie at home. So now we have Dave Wilson at post. Dave and Myhre come from Minton, Saskatchewan. Interesting note about Myhre here. I'm not sure whether Myhre got the name first or whether Myhre named the dog second, but anyway, this is following along the bloodlines of Myhre.
Watch for a few minutes and then we gotta go. Is there a spot that we can get to easy?
That'll do. Once again, in the eyes of our judge, we're off course. Jack Regier doing the judging here. Jack, a noted stockman, cattleman, rancher, horse trainer, dog trainer. Been judging here for about 12 or 13 years now. We appreciate his expertise and watchful eye, and also the fairness that he brings to the competition. Next up is Nick Schmidt. Nick out of Melville, Saskatchewan, brings June in. Kirk on deck. You'll hear our handlers using a combination of whistle and or voice commands, and it depends on the situation, the handler, and the dog. The whistle commands are traditionally used far out in the field because a whistle will carry long and away where a voice command will not as much. Here, when we're working in quite relatively close, a combination of both the whistle and or the voice can easily be heard by the dog. Nick Schmidt and June out of Melville, Kirk on deck. And so ends the fun and frivolity for Nick Schmidt. Nice run, well put together. Didn't quite get all the way around her, but it was still nice to watch. The subtles and the subtleties that take place out there, the positioning of the horse, positioning of the dog, the movement, the speed, the pace, all influence the success in completing the round. Kirk Masted is coming to the post next. Sam will be his partner. They are from McCord, Saskatchewan. Currently, Kirk's wife is leading the course. Caitlyn turned in that amazing time of 3.5 minutes, 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Got all of the points that were available to her. We'll see how well her husband does. Can you imagine the discussion around the kitchen table as to who's the better handler and who had a better run and why I beat you? Kirk Masted now at post with Sam. Terry on deck. The sound of the horn and your opportunity for appreciation of Kirk Masted and Sam. Coming to you out of McCord, Saskatchewan. I think his wife got the best of him on that particular run. Full 6 minutes, 90 points. Terry Cockle is coming up next. Terry and Twig out of Kipling, Saskatchewan. Then Michelle. We're down to 4 handlers left to go in this qualifying go-around. At that time, we'll know who the top 4 are. Caitlyn certainly leading the way with that impressive time of 3 minutes and 50 seconds, receiving all of her points. George Clark did a great job. He's got all of his points. Took him 6 minutes to get them all. And then Cheryl Gunther is sitting in 3rd place with Gabe. Expired the entire 6 minutes. Only got 120 of the 180 points, but it's good and looking good enough to get Cheryl into the finals. This is Terry Cockle and Twig out of Kipling, Saskatchewan. Michelle on deck. Time expires as Terry Cockle was attempting to retry on this shed here. Terry Cockle and Twig out of Kipling, Saskatchewan. 6 minutes and 60 points. Next up, Michelle Brown, JXL Kobe. Michelle is out of Broadview, Saskatchewan. Chris on deck, then Kayleen. If you're watching closely to a lot of the horse handling in here, you'll see some very soft hands by a number of our handlers when they're working with their horse. Great to see. Michelle Brown now at post. You got to appreciate many of these handlers have not been in this big of an arena or audience, and certainly their horse has not either. Just watch the ears. Once you turn the livestock out and get the yearlings in front of them, it's a game on. They're back in their natural element of handling stock. That'll do. In the eyes of our judge, Jack Regier, we've seen enough. As the gate swings open and the cattle get turned around, Michelle Brown will exit the course and take your appreciation for her efforts. All of these handlers pay a significant entry fee to compete here before you. They brought their horse in from out in the pasture, worked the horse, worked the dog, hauled him into town, and stabled him here at Agribition. All of that a new venture for many of them. Now on to Chris Schmaltz. Chris and his wife put on the stock dog trial in the summertime. It's a very large trial down in McCord, Saskatchewan. Wendy, the veterinarian down in that Mancota McCord country. Chris, he's kind of a horse trainer, get her all done. It's always a great visiting with Chris to find out the latest adventure of his horse training expertise. He's always got horses in training and horses for sale, and it's great to visit with him. Chris Schmaltz from McCord. The dog is Dot. Kayleen on deck. That'll be our final handler before we go into the sudden death final four. That'll do, Chris. We're off the line, not achieving any forward progress. Chris Schmaltz, ladies and gentlemen, and Dot out of McCord, Saskatchewan. And then there was one. Caitlyn Foresight will be coming to the post next. Just a moment, Kayleen. Jack's got to readjust the panels here before you make your run. Last gal, last handler to compete at the mounted competition, and we'll have our top 5 handlers. Caitlyn Masted still in the lead with that time of 3.5. George Clark in second. Got a time of 5:52 on a full 180 points. Cheryl Gunther, 120 points. And then we get down to everybody with a 6-minute time expiry and the same number of points. And how the order is decided, we take a shoot time. Now, we don't announce that to you. It's simply a mathematical time that we pin off a certain point here, clearing the one obstacle on the far side. But that shoot time organizes everybody that is tied. The quickest shoot time, obviously, the higher the ranking. Caitlyn Foresight, CKF Jade, Ericsdale, Manitoba. If you're wondering, it's very much a family affair. Caitlyn competing, she's the daughter of Campbell. You saw out compete earlier, he ran second. And Molly, mom, she's clerking for us. So that pretty well includes the entire family. Time expires on a great bit of stockmanship there. Caitlyn attempted to move that single up, and that was the drawing card. You get that single up to the front of the course, front of this chute here, the other two would have followed out. Unfortunately, Caitlyn and Jade ran out of time, 6 minutes, 60 points on the line. All right, that completes our runs. We've now got our top 4. They're going to be coming back. Caitlyn Masted, of course, is coming back. She had that incredible, great run at 3 minutes and 50 seconds. All the points that were required. George Clark coming in second with also 180 points, meaning he covered the course in the entire obstacles that were before him in a time of 5:52. Cheryl Gunther will be coming back. She has 120 points. Didn't quite get all of her points, but managed to get enough of them to move her in. And finally, Kirk Masted, number 4, along with Sam. 6 minutes, and the ties are decided on the shoot time. So we've got the husband and wife competing against each other in this next final sudden death. George Clark will be back. The running order is in the reverse order with the slowest to the fastest. Kirk Masted will be the first one to go. Can you bring that screen back, please? Kirk Masted will be running first in the sudden death semifinal. We're just going to reset the course, take a few minutes here. We'll probably be going by 2:30, just as a guess on how long it takes these guys to get themselves organized. Kirk is first. Cheryl Gunther will be running second. George Clark will be running third. Caitlyn runs last. At that time, we'll know who the champion mounted stock dog handler here is at the 53rd Agribition. This is the 53rd for Agribition, but is the first for the stock dog competition to be in a mounted cattle trial. Part of what we're trying to do as an association, the Saskatchewan Stock Dog Association, as well as the Agribition Stock Dog Committee, is to replicate a lot of the daily working, handling of livestock at home, but also to showcase the versatility of the Border Collie dog. What the dog can do in helping, reducing the workload, and also to lessen the stress upon the livestock that you are handling. We're going to take a break here for about 10 minutes and let the crew get her reorganized. Just to let you know, while the crew is resetting the course out here, they're going to take a few minutes. We'll have a brief handlers meeting. At 2:45, we'll begin the final 5 of the competition. 2:45. So you got a few minutes before we get going with the final 4, pardon me, not final 5. Final 4 in the mounted competition. Course is being changed. Handlers got to be notified. Following it, we'll get an opportunity to talk to the winner for a few minutes and get some pictures, and then we're out of here. Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., we begin with the sheep competition. We've had it here at Agribition since 1991. The sheep competition, stock dog, has been running here at Agribition. That goes tomorrow. We got 54 entries, handlers competing in that. They will be run off in the before noon. In the afternoon, the handlers parade takes place somewhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. Great opportunity to hear the sound of the bagpipes, see all of the handlers with their dogs, the color of the flags from all of the various represented provinces and internationally, as we have Americans competing in the competition. That's all 12:30 to 1 o'clock tomorrow. Then we're back into the competition. Now, the big change for this year is it's a 30-dog semifinal in the afternoon. So the top 30, there'll be 24 dogs eliminated from the opening round, qualifying round in the morning, 30-dog semifinal, and then it's a 10-dog sudden death final, round 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's all tomorrow, that taking place. So 2:45, we begin back with the final 4 in the mounted competition. Course being significantly reset. I see one of the features is called the Maltese Cross. Similarly, a sword at the top end, and then they've got to be penned and let out of the gate down at the bottom end. A lot of changes. Handlers to the post, please. Handlers to the post. We'll have a handlers meeting before we go. As we go into the final four here in the mounted competition, I said we're going to start at 2:45. We're going to give you a bit of a special treat. One of the handlers, and I'm not sure who got designated, but they're actually going to ride the course to show you in the audience and the rest of us exactly what they're required to do in this final course. It's a bit more, it's a bit different, a bit challenging, so Chris Schmaltz has become the volunteer. We'll see whether Chris can get it right. So he's going to come in. The handler comes in. They call for their livestock. The livestock comes in. The first obstacle that they got to do is they got to enter into the box where the barrels are set. When they enter into the box, it's a clockwise rotation around the barrels and exit out the far side. I think. Yeah. Once he's done that, you go down the far side on the outside of the pen. There is the same 10 points for each of the yearlings that are successful in going through it. Now he's going to enter into this, it's kind of a partial Maltese cross. So he enters into it and he turns left. Good job, Chris. Circles around. Go back up to the top side, Chris. You're going to enter back into that box. Yes, right there. Yep. You're going to do a counterclockwise rotation and going out. Yeah, and coming back down in. Now he's going into the pen. So the challenge here in the pen is all three head have got to go into the pen. Once they go into the pen, it's a sort at the pen. Two must come out of the pen first, one goes out the back, and it has to be in that order. So you're going to see situations where there's going to be a retry at the pen. Any of these obstacles, there's going to be retries taking place. So it has to be in that precise order. Same for all of the handlers. 3 minutes to go, Jared. 3 minutes. We got time. You want to bring the horses in? Well, I got a moment. It gives me an opportunity to say thank you to Lynn Trucking. They were the transporters, the livestock transporters of the yearlings here for this cattle competition. Lynn Trucking is based out of Marquis, Saskatchewan, serving all cattle needs, all livestock trucking needs across North America. That's Lynn Trucking out of Marquis, Saskatchewan. The top four competitors, they run in reverse order. Kirk Masted will be the first handler coming to the post. He had the slowest of the times, and in his situation, there was a whole bunch of ties, and the ties were divided or oriented by shoot times. Running third, Cheryl Gunther and Gabe out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. George Clark will be running second with his dog Jake out of Rorton, Manitoba. And finally, Caitlyn Masted from McCord. That'll be Kirk's wife. She gets to run last because she had by far the fastest time. Tremendous run that Caitlyn had in her first go-around. Once again, just a reminder that tomorrow morning, beginning at 8 a.m., we have the sheepdog competition. 54 handlers competing. We hope to be done that qualifying round just about noon hour. From there, The top 30 will enter into the semifinal, will qualify for a semifinal. From the 30 qualifying semifinal, we'll then go to a 10-dog sudden death final. That all wraps up around 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, that 10-dog sudden death final. We start at 8. All right, here we go. 6 minutes, the time frame. Kirk Masted from McCord, Saskatchewan. Dog number 1, Sam, first handler to go. Next on deck, George on deck. These are all what we call rerun cattle. So these cattle have been through this trial course already. Maybe that's good, maybe it's bad. Clock is running, here we go. Sudden death final. Thank you very much, Kirk. Kirk is going to retire. Things are just jammed up there in the box. Kirk Masted, folks, he's going to take home your appreciation. And he's probably going to have to listen to his wife for the rest of the winter. All right, we're moving on to number 2, George Clark, who is coming up next with a dog, Jake, out of Rorton, Manitoba. So what Kirk was trying to do, he had to come into that box with the cattle and do a right-hand rotation and then out the far side. So he retried. You've got to do it as a group, not as individuals. Every time one went the wrong direction, they had to be put back together before he could proceed to take them around the rotation. Cheryl, I see, is going next. Quite fine. This is Cheryl Gunther and Gabe out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan next. Then it'll be George. Cheryl Gunther on course. Time expires. The 6 minutes for Cheryl Gunther. Nice run for Cheryl. She come back here and worked about it right. Part of her challenge was getting into the box and getting the rotation correctly. And Cheryl very quietly and very patiently worked at it and was successful in getting that far. She achieved 90 points on her course run, all 6 minutes. We'll see where that stands against the competition. Next up is George Clark. George coming to us out of Rourketon, Manitoba. Jake the dog. Thank you to the crew for resetting the barrels back up. Just as we were watching Cheryl complete her course here in her time frame, Grant and I were just talking about how great it is to see such a nice audience sticking around and watching this. Very knowledgeable people. So many of the people have never seen the combination or thought seriously about the ability to work of the dog along with the handler and the horse out in the real world, if you will, out in the working environment of the farm. But so much of it is about the low stress handling of livestock. Certainly in this day and age with the value of our livestock now, that is a priority. More people are thinking about it than have been before. George Clark now at post with Jake, Rourketon, Manitoba. Thank you very much, George. That'll do. We're just struggling at the top end. It just ain't working. So we're going to move on. George Clark, folks. Jake the Dog, Rourketon, Manitoba. And then there was one. All right, we're down to number one. This young lady here had a fantastic run in the qualifying. Let's see if she can repeat it. Caitlyn Masted, Sage the Dog, out of McCord, Saskatchewan. Time draws to a close for Caitlyn Masted, but it don't matter. She's got her beat. She didn't get that last point, but she got all of the rest of them. Tremendous run, tremendous stockmanship. Good job. Caitlyn was so bloody nervous coming into this. My goodness, she said, I've never been to a big show like this, never done this before. Well, you're looking like an old pro. She's our Agribition champion and winner. Caitlyn Masted, McCord, Saskatchewan, Sage the dog. Caitlyn, turn around. Come back here. No, you're not. Now you get to talk. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
I told you this was designed for you, didn't I?
You did. You did a few months ago, so I've been practicing. Or working, just working.
Well, you practiced really well.
Thank you.
Tell me about the course and tell me about Sage.
The course was tricky. Like at the barrels there, my original plan to go to the right side, it wasn't working, and so I figured, well, I'm gonna try the other side because they seem to respect her really nice. She's a 2-year-old female. I started, and she's just been so easy to train, wants to please. She's been so handy on the ranch because she likes, she's so good to her stock, and yeah, she's doing really great for me. I love her.
What's the conversation going to be like around the kitchen table when you get home?
He's pretty proud of me, so it's good. I'm proud of him too.
Caitlyn Masted, folks, Canadian Western Agribition champion, mounted stock dog trial, coming all the way from McCord, Saskatchewan. We're going to get the presentations done down here. We've got Grant McLeod and Courtney McDougall are both here to present the trophy buckle to Caitlyn. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. We'll get you at the next one.
We fix our shit.
Have we got this right? Judging?
Yeah, judge's choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So judge's choice went to Caitlyn, and stockmanship went to George. Yeah.
Just while they're lining up, this is all 4 of the finalists and the handlers in the mounted cattle dog stomp competition. We also have the judges' pick, the judge's choice, and that goes to George Clark is the judge's choice. And the judge's choice, of course, Jack Regier making the designation of that. But what it's based on is the teamwork of you working with your dog. And the stockmanship, who else but our overall champion, Caitlyn Masted, is awarded the stockmanship championship. All of these handlers